Bonjour. 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 Last, just Jeremeresua time. This is the first time. What do you mean last time? This is the first time. Okay. We haven't reached the last time part yet because it's the first time. Bonjour. Wait, controller. Bonjour. Wait, why is it not working? Bonjour, glitch master. Bonjour. Hold on. Last expedition. Yeah, last. You know what I mean? You still have to do extra content and get the second ending. You know what I mean? You understand my feelings? Why isn't it working? What the hell? Killing? Okay, let's do this. You know what I mean? What the hell? The controller is not working. I have to turn it off and on? What is going on, Glitch Master? You know what I mean? I hope I will not show you any short stack goblins, you know? That would be the end of me. I am too small to show you short stack goblins. You know what I mean? Okay, are you ready? Lucy's rule number 1. Don't be a pervert. You know what I mean? That's my rule number 1. Don't be a pervert. You know how people have their like rules? I have like, don't be a pervert. Is that a good rule to have as the rule number 1? Alright. Look, I have a special haircut with the hair on the forehead. Are you saying that only you watch the stream? Is it because I am ugly? I'm fat? My long-haired German Shepherd is under the table, you know? You know what I mean? Oh my god, okay, let's do this. Sexy! I just started being sexy? Alright, we can do this now. Entschuldigung. Entschuldigung. You know what I mean? Okay, let's do this. Oh my god. Oh, this is it. No mercy, pervert. You know what I mean? What? What do you mean? Come on. I died? No way. No way, bro!
Sur moi.
Bro, come on! Okay, we have to do this again. You know what I mean? Last time. You know what I mean?
Il faut parer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah! Oh yeah! This is how we do this, you know what I mean?
Dégâts maximum.
Je le mets soi.
Tu ne t'en tireras pas.
Ok.
Je le mets. Non! Je le mets.
Merci. Attention.
Look at this.
Voilà notre chance. Tu n'as pas le droit de mourir.
Je le mets. Bam! You know what I mean?
L'âme affectée.
Whoa, okay. Incub, are you also a pervert?
Tu t'en tireras pas.
T'en tireras pas, you know what I mean? You're a refined pervert? A pervert or a refined taste?
L'acromate ou la floue.
You're a universal pervert, you know what I mean? Wait, I have to write fake Alec Parker. You don't come to stream? What do you mean? What do you mean? You know what I mean? You baguette the game? Look at this.
Je suis prête.
Oh my god, I died. No way, bro! I died? No way! Last time. You know what I mean? I died. That's not fair. I died. And I did so well as well, you know what I mean?
Détruit. Prépare-toi à rejoindre le néant.
Sur moi. Faites attention.
What the hell?
Tout ce potentiel. Dansons. Je suis prête.
You know what I mean? Okay.
À couvert.
We should be okay now. You know what I mean?
Attention, Verseau.
What?
Lune, fais gaffe. Voilà notre chance.
Nous voilà de retour.
Well, so, pervers. Oh my fucking god. I always mess up this last thing.
Voilà notre chance.
Voilà, retour à la vie.
Et voilà.
Détruit.
We will gomash the enemy, I'll show you. You know what I mean?
Dansons.
I cannot mess this up again. You know what I mean?
Ça va faire mal. Danger. Pigment tendu.
Don't be a pervert. You know what I mean?
Fais-moi chemin. On les
It's
détruit.
time.
Étoile spectrale.
Sur moi.
I will gomash you, pervert. You know what I mean?
Verseau, esquive.
Okay, we're gonna do this. Look at this.
En garde.
Have you ever seen anybody be gomashed? Well then look. Gommage. Hello, Greater Rain. I am gommaging my enemy. You know what I mean?
Ça va faire mal.
Je le me le sois.
Voilà notre chance.
Belle avait la chance, you know? Greater Rain, how are you this fine day?
Tremble de peur.
Have you been not a pervert? Have you been keeping yourself from being a pervert?
C'est fini pour toi.
Oh my god, Verso, you're so strong. You know what I mean? Oh my god, let's do this. Who would I should weapon upgrade, you know? Should I? I can upgrade maybe nobody's weapon. Wow. But I can upgrade the attribute of, you know. You know what I mean? Verso, I will upgrade your attribute. Everybody's so strong now. I'm proud of this achievement. Look at her haircut. Isn't this a cool haircut with the hair on the face? It's like a porno. It's like a porno flick, you know? When you have your hair like this, you might as well star in a porno, you know? You know what I mean?
En défense!
No!
Attention, Maël. Oh, je vais mieux. Que l'encre coule.
Allez, finissons-en.
There's a saying in the porno industry. The saying goes like this. If you hide your face with your hair, you might as well star in a porno. You know what I mean? It's a famous saying in the porno industry.
Attention, Maël.
You know?
En défense!
Lucy, what the fuck are you talking about? I am talking about wisdom. I'm talking about common sense. You know what I mean?
Une tempête approche.
I'm talking about reality. Look at this. Wait, hold on. I have to gain more perfection.
Dégâts
I am giving you the insider into the industry, the movie industry. Adult movie, you know what I mean? Okay, which one should I kill? This one? I'm just making small talk with my lovely audience. Hey! You know what I mean? Wow.
Attention, Maël.
Attention! Great, Dorant, you have not told me how you are this fine day. Have you treated yourself to some curry today?
La danse commence. Ça va faire mal. Survie, s'il te plaît. Lune, fais gaffe.
Okay, I'm gonna destroy this enemy. Look at this.
Prépare-toi à rejoindre le néant.
Je remets la soie.
Voilà notre...
Look at this. Lucy has been devolving into a French deluded psychosis because of her 3D3 addiction. No, that's not true. I am not addicted, you know? I can quit anytime I want. You know? You know what I mean? Mon fils! That's true, mon fils! Je pêche là-bas! Fais là-bas, là-bas! Mon fils! You know what I mean? Mon fils! Mon visage! Okay, let's do the sky break. You know what I mean? Woohoo! That was incredible! Did you see this? Did you see this attack? Mon fils! That was incredible! I think I'm ready to upgrade Luna's weapon, you know? She has earned this right to have her weapon upgraded. Luna, I will upgrade your weapon now. To 24. Whoa! See what I mean? No. It's like, okay, you know? I'm not addicted. We can upgrade the attributes now. Look at this. Look at this. You know? 1, 2, 3. Mon Dieu! Je me le sois. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Verso. So sexy. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, Mael. Even sexier than Verso? Okay. Wait, can I learn some new skills? Oh. Whoa. No way, bro. Bro. What is this? Bro? Oh, this is so sexy. I feel like this is an extremely sexy attack. I like this. This is very sexy to me. This is why I'm gonna... I don't ever use offensive switch. Phantom Strike. Okay, let's do this. Let's do another one, right? Greater Rank, you haven't told me how you are this fine day. Greater Rank? Greater Rank? Goodbye.
Attention.
No, don't eat my L.
Attention, Verseau. La chroma coule à flot. Tremble de cœur.
J'ai déjà connu pire. J'ai déjà connu pire.
I am not addicted.
Prépare-toi.
Attention, Verseau.
Bon, tant pis.
If I were addicted, I would have played this game more. You know what I mean?
Ressens la tempête.
Would an addict be able to put away the game at any time? I don't think so.
C'est fini.
Mon fils. Mon fils.
Finissons-en.
Lune, attention.
Prête à esquiver.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Dégâts maximum. L'expédition désastreuse, hein.
Expédition désastreuse.
Étoile spectrale. Bon, tant pis.
Oh my god, I suck at this.
Les éléments en danse. Voilà. Prête à esquiver.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Attention. Attention. C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Voilà notre chance. Faites attention.
Oh my god, I almost did it.
La chroma coule à flot. Ils n'ont pas le droit de mourir.
Prêt à frapper. Étoile spectrale. Bon, tant pis. Bon, tant pis.
Mon fils.
À mon tour. C'est fini pour toi.
Oh no, mon fille. Alright, we did it. Mon fille.
Amusons-nous un peu.
Skybreak.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Oh my gosh, we don't even need my L anymore. Are you not impressed? Such heavy damage. Upgrade attribute. Nobody has attributes to upgrade. But not enough to upgrade any weapon. Wait, hold on. I have upgrade attribute. Oof.
Attention.
Merci. Sur moi. Ok. Lame affûtée. On a encore besoin de toi.
Hello.
Je suis prête.
I just saw someone join the chat. Bonjour. Oh my god, I died. You know what I mean?
Lune, attention.
En défense. Sur moi.
On en finit. Amusons-nous.
Mon fille.
Perso. Esquive. En garde. Me revoilà. Attention, Miles. Une, fais gaffe.
Détruit. Prépare-toi à rejoindre le néant.
Oh my gosh.
Une tempête approche.
C'est tout sauf impressionnant.
Aha! Pervert!
Frayons-nous un chemin.
What a pervert, you know what I mean? Look at this.
La danse commence.
Attention!
Tout sauf impressionnant. Prêt à frapper.
We're gonna go mash this enemy.
Une tempête approche.
Now we're gonna do Skybray.
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
And then we're gonna do Elemental Genesis. Perfect Simon Lavon. Do you see now how it happens? How it happens? Uh-huh. My god, Verso has this thing on the tip of his nose. And it's not very sexy, you know? I don't know if you know what I mean, but it's like not very sexy. Although some people see it as sexy, so maybe. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. I have concluded that I have to do this in the name of justice. Okay, let's do one more, okay? Shall we do one more? Oh, a new haircut for Mael. Shall we try the new haircut? Mael? Let's try the new haircut for Mael. Okay, let's do this. Let's do another one. Dale-me la soie. No! Putain.
Merci.
peu.
Die, pervert. You know what I mean?
Dansons. Que l'entrecoupe.
Méfiance.
Mes enfants.
On les détruit. Prépare-toi à rejoindre le néant.
Mon fils. Aha. Non. Mon fils. Do you know what I mean?
J'en ferai bon usage.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Mon visage. Mon fils.
Faites des adieux. La chroma coule à flot.
Me voilà de retour à la vie.
I feel like I could have done this.
Expédition désastreuse, hein.
All right.
Attention.
All right. I've gotten the hang. You know what I mean? Let's do this. Let's. I will destroy you, enemy.
Ça va faire mal.
Die, enemy.
Amusons-nous un peu.
You know what I mean?
Je vais m'en tirer.
This is the end for you, enemy. Skybreak. You know what I mean?
Porte de la chroma. Ouvrez-vous.
Bam. Excellent moi. Mon fils. Do you see what I just did? Mon fils. Okay, then upgrade attribute. Mon fils. Whose weapon shall I upgrade? Luna's? Yeah, let's do... Or maybe... Mael? Although Luna's been doing so good, you know. Let's upgrade her weapon. Luna's been doing so good, let's upgrade her weapon. Is that okay to do? Okay, let's do this. We're so far. We're doing great. Je me laisse toi.
On les détruit.
Let's do this. You know what I mean?
Attention, Maël.
I died.
Merci.
Lune, attention.
Ok. Prête à frapper fort. C'est la dernière fois que je perds.
Prépare-toi.
La danse commence. Tu peux pas nous laisser maintenant.
I did it so perfectly the first time as well. Okay, let's do it last time, right?
Prête à parer.
Prépare-toi. Tu t'en tireras pas. Tu ne t'en tireras pas.
Je m'en occupe. Bataille. Prête à parer. Voilà notre chance. Voilà. Ok.
Vas-y, essaie.
Une tempête approche. Tu n'as pas le droit de mourir. Fais tes adieux.
Dégâts maximum.
Joli maximable. Okay, I think we can do this. Mon fille.
Sur moi.
Oh my god, I've been doing so well. I always fall for last second. Hold on. No! Mon fille! Okay, we're not... Okay, we're gonna do this last time, okay? Last time. Mon fils! Je teste pas! Mon fils! Mon visage! Mon fils! Okay, let's do this. In the name of justice.
Ok,
You know what I mean?
dansons.
What the fuck?
On a encore besoin de toi.
Okay, I might as well die. The next one will be the last time. I swear this will be like the last time, and then we do something else. You know what I mean? So this will be the last time. Last time.
On les détruit.
Last time. Like the last of the last time.
Prépare-toi à rejoindre le néant. Prêt à frapper.
I killed him. In the name of justice.
Attention, Verso.
No! Verso! Come on. Don't be a pervert.
Allez,
That's,
finissons.
that's rule number 1. Verso! Come on!
Finissons-en.
Don't be a pervert.
Prête à parer. Merci. En garde. Hors de question de te laisser. La chroma coule feu.
Le voilà, retour à la vie.
Dansons. J'abandonne jamais. Les éléments dansent.
Nous voilà de retour à la vie. Amusons-nous un peu.
What the fuck? Why am I so inconsistent with blocking this crap? Why? You know what I mean? This will be the last time. The last time. No time like last time. And then we do something else.
Attention.
I'm not addicted.
Prête à parer.
If I were addicted, I would be acting very much differently.
Amusons-nous un peu.
But I'm not addicted, so I'm not acting differently.
Prépare-toi à rejoindre le nord. Frayons-nous un chemin.
I'm not addicted, you're addicted. Pervert.
Lame affûtée.
Attention.
Aha!
Les éléments dansent.
Mes enfants.
On en finit.
Mon fils!
Danger. Je vais bien.
C'est fini pour toi.
Attention, Maëlle.
Oh my god.
Merci.
What the fuck? No way. No way did I lose in a moment like this. No way. Bro, come on. Really? We do this last time. I'm not doing this on purpose. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose.
Faites attention.
Oh my god, I'm so inconsistent. Okay, I'm gonna die now because
C'est question de te laisser.
I'm like, this is not good. This is just not good.
Prête à parer.
Prépare-toi à rejoindre le nord.
Okay.
Je déborde d'énergie.
As long as I did not die, you know what I mean?
Je m'en occupe. Je vais bien.
Frayons-nous un chemin.
Oof.
Attention, Maël.
We'll be back again.
Attention.
Voilà notre chance. Ressens la tempête.
Frayons-nous un chemin. On en finit.
Mon P.
L'arceau, esquive. En garde. Fais tes adieux.
Prêt à frapper.
Attention, Maël.
Alright.
Je déborde d'énergie. Une tempête approche. Ta dernière heure est arrivée.
Amusons-nous.
Alright, let's do this. Woohoo! He died. I kill you. Enemy. I kill my enemy. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go. Let's upgrade weapon. Whose weapon should I upgrade now? Can I upgrade attribute? Ooh, Verso. Attribute. Okay, weapon. Whose weapon should I upgrade? I cannot upgrade anybody weapon. But what I can do is to try another fight. We're bruising through those. Je le mereçois.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Sur moi.
No!
Hors de question de te laisser. Dansons. Je m'en occupe.
The last time. Last time.
Attention, Maël. Sur moi.
Oh my god.
Hors de question de te laisser.
Okay, last time. Because this does not count. This does not count as a last time. That was not that real last time. Last time has to be like good. Not bad last time. You know what I mean? That was a bad last time. Let's do a good last time. You know? Last time. That is good. Not bad.
Dansons. Hors de question de te laisser.
That was horrible. Which is why this was not the last time. The real last time will be much cooler than this pseudo last time.
Prête à parer. À couvert.
Aha! Die, boy! You know what I mean? What?
Attention, Maël. Merci.
Oh my god, that was better, but that was not the real last time. The real last time will be, you know. Now is the real last time. Real last time. Like that was... Okay, we end now. Okay, we're not doing well. I can tell that we're not doing well. So we're gonna stop now. And we're gonna do something else. As I promised. I promised, okay? I am proving to you that this is not an addiction. You know? An addict would have continued. But me? I am like, you know what I mean? Which is why this is not an addiction. A real addiction would have been like... And then it would have been very bad. But because this is not an addiction, it's more along the lines of, you know what I mean? So we are going to do this. And I'm going to turn on the browser. And it's gonna be...
Saturday, Turkey's foreign minister.
Oh my god, stop this.
Said you're about to go to work. What's your field?
Oh, we're gonna do a debate. Debate. Bumbling transphobe doesn't understand anything. To be Okay, bumbling transphobe. Let's do this. Where is the browser? Bumbling transphobe doesn't understand sex or being sexy. Typical. You know what I mean? Bumbling transphobe. Bumbling transphobe. Alright, let's do this. You bumbling transphobe. Whoa. Oh, let me check something real quick. Because I was like, you know, Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. I see, I see. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Wait, wait. Oh my god. Okay.
About to go to
In
work, what's your
Pompeii,
field? Why am I respecting your scientific opinion over the literal paleontologists and anthropologists that I talk to every week? Hi, I'm Luck.
My science degree tells me you're a pervert. I am a Scientologist, so I have a science degree. Isn't that right? Isn't that how that works?
Alexander Moss, and I'm a co-host on The Line here on YouTube. We have call-in shows just about every day covering topics like religion, trans rights, and feminism from a secular humanist perspective.
I will debate this person one day.
I thought you would enjoy this call, so let's roll the clip.
Matthew, you are live on the line with Dr. Ben and Lux. What would you like to talk about?
Dr. Ben? Who is Dr. Ben? Is this Dr. Ben? Uncle Ben is like a rice brand. Did you know? Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Do you know Uncle Ben rice? Is that still a thing, Uncle Ben?
hi, I called in because you said science supports trans ideology. I'm arguing against that solely because the science that you are quoting is infactual.
What
Okay.
science would that be?
So the science you are studying is probably the psychological science where
Probably.
I forget.
Okay. See, right off the bat, how can this person claim that their science is infactual if they're not even 100% sure what their science is? They just said it's probably, which means that they're not 100% sure. Do you know what I mean? This is like already perverted right off the gate.
Forget the
Perverted.
person's name. I'll probably get called out for it, but it's the science where he took two children and raised one as a female and the other as a male. The thing is both of those. The thing is, in that study, both of those children ended up growing up and ultimately hated the test and killed them, and either killed themselves later in life. But the thing we have to also analyze about psychological studies is that 75% of psychological research does not pass the scientific method.
Vladimir, hello. Hello, Lucy. And brain not content for any brain not content for today? Of course. Of course. Do you have something for me, Vladimir? Do you have some brain rot for me? You know what I mean? I'm always open. I'm always open for more brain rot.
So the fact that that scientific experiment has never been tested again means that all we're basing off of this is science.
I want to just pause you for a second, Matthew. I'm just going to pause
Matthew, shut up,
because
Matthew.
neither of
Go
us
ahead.
use that as our
Matthew,
argument.
shut the fuck up,
So
Matthew.
maybe
Matthew. Damn, okay, I'll calm down now. I'm a little bit, Wait, I'll be right back. I have to eat an egg. Maybe I'll calm down once I eat an egg because I'm like crazy when I'm hungry, Once I eat an egg, it should be fine. I'll be right back. Okay, I have this egg. I'm gonna eat it. Oh my god, Fido is here. Fido has sensed that there's food, and he's like, give me food. You know what I mean? Okay, I have to give him some. So I we have crazy. Because I have to give. I had to give him half the egg, so I'm half crazy. I'm a little bit less crazy now. My goodness. Yes and no. I would say that it's rather very specific. And so let me ask you a question. Have you been following you recently, and then how close? Which ones? Okay, which news? There's been so many news, you know? So many crazy news. I have news over here. You're like, interceptor missile shortage working against Ukraine amid Russian strikes. Right? 2/3 of Latvians impacted by huge cyber attack on vehicle agency. Ousted Ukrainian defense minister calls for wartime elections, challenging Zelensky. What the fuck? What the fuck? I guess we have a lot of news for today. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy moly, perverts. Holy moly, socks on glory. We're accelerating. Poland hopes for regular 250-kilometer trains by 2027. Whoa! Whoa, gigglers, that is crazy. Russia adds beer and vapes to strategic goods list and crackdown on illegal imports. What the fuck? Really? Russia adds beer and vapes to strategic goods list and crackdown on illegal imports. Oh my god. Oh my god. Beer and vapes are strategic goods. Oh my god. Meta faces landmark trial over alleged harm to young users. EU plans monthly Russian sanctions to speed pressure on Moscow. Yeah, finally. God damn EU, god damn. I wonder who's gonna block those monthly sanctions. Who's gonna step up to be like, no, I am douchebag number 3, you know? There's always some douchebag within the EU. Douchebag number 3, as I call them. Ukraine strikes aim to make Russians feel war costs. Alright, let's do this. But first, let's watch the debate about a bumbling transphobe.
Seen
Okay,
somebody else
what's yours?
use it, but neither of us do. When we are invoking the science on this, what we're looking at is over 100 years of basically trying out different treatments for trans people and finding that the most effective means of resolving the distress that trans people experience is by administering usually cross-sex hormones and perhaps surgery. So what we're looking at is usually medical science and medical outcomes.
Yeah,
And Dr. Ben
in
is
the
a doctor, by
study-
the way.
Yeah,
You're talking to a doctor.
in the psychological
Dr.
study,
Ben.
I believe the one that a lot of people use is more so of a medical thing than strictly a psychological thing, right? Because a lot of the specific case that I think is similar to what you're talking about is the kid who had a botched circumcision and then was transitioned because they didn't have the technology then to, like, as they would say, it's easier to dig a hole than.
You know that Trump was trashing the US Navy, right? And there was even Fox News co-host that also wasn't so charitable towards the. Yeah, I know. I think he left some people stranded as well. Trump is crazy, but I don't think that's news to
Build a
anybody.
pole, so they ended up transitioning the kid surgically, and so this actually, it's not saying that that person is trans because they had the surgery. What that paper was saying is that gender dysphoria exists when you're forced to live in a gender that is different from the one that you identify as. So what that was showing was that this
Mon
person
fille.
who identified as male was
I'm listening to this debate, but my mind is in Expedition 33, you know? I'm thinking about mon fille and mon visage and je l'aime moi, mon fa, bon, bon. Maybe if this debate was in French, that would kind of make me feel better about myself.
forced to be was treated as female and was medically and surgically assigned female.
Mon fille.
And then that person had gender dysphoria. That is what that particular science was showing. But I would agree with Lux in that
I have an expedition for ya.
we are talking largely about medical science. And even with that, with when we talk about psychology versus medicine or biology,
Okay.
the scientific method is actually it's the same scientific method. It's just the criteria for establishing a study, it has to be slightly different, because when we look at the brain, we have to measure it differently, because we don't exactly have, we can't open somebody's brain and say this is the part of their brain that makes them like the color blue, or like it's a lot more difficult to demonstrate that. So the way we demonstrate psychology is a lot more subjective, and that's not saying that subjectivity is inaccurate. There definitely are some more limitations with how you quantify something that is subjective. But
So
if you're,
may
but
I
let's
interrupt here and move my
Okay.
argument into the medical space, since that's where we're going?
Yeah, medical
go for it.
space.
Okay, so
So if I surgery my dome, am I still a volopon? That's the riddle for you if you want to protect the stance. Mon fille, mon ami, you know what I mean?
we're moving into the medical space, the issue with you...
I'm sorry, I'll stop now. Listen, I'm just kinda, I felt like I ended Expedition prematurely a bit, I feel like I could have given that one fight a few more honest tries before giving up, I feel like we could have thrown in a few more attempts, so like I'm in the French mode still, I'm still like in the ho 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 baguette, so when you do the trans argument, I feel like they could like throw in a few mon visage and l'avant,
Facing it in the medical space and saying that, hey, treating transgender people with these hormones helps them. Well, the issue that we have now is that we also are starting to see long-term studies such as
hormones,
multiple multiple instances of assigned female at birth people that are transgender having hormones at 10 to 15 years having a higher risk of cancer due to treatments, along with
What's your
two,
source,
you
Matthew?
can't.
Yeah, I
Matthew,
haven't
what's
seen
your,
that.
Matthew, what is your source on that?
My sources, I made it the fuck up. What a classic. What a classic.
And what specific cancers are you talking about?
Sorry, I am currently driving at the moment. I cannot pull up sources at the moment.
No, but tell me.
So
Tell me.
if you
Sorry, Matthew. Because
That
of
one-
safety reasons, we don't actually allow
Yeah.
people who are on the phone and driving to call in. So if you arrive at your destination and you want to call
I'm
back in a little
using-
bit,
Matthew, him from California. Once again, you are live on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I guess we can continue our discussion. Do you want to kind of
Yeah.
pick up from
Sure,
there?
I will continue on the last thing I said. Yes, HRT does increase specifically breast cancer. And
So it does not do that. So what is your
You
understanding
sure?
of breast?
I
What is your
have an
Bonjour.
yeah? What is your
says it
understanding?
No, I mean, yeah, it's not in use for you and probably for anybody outside of the US, but the reason why Fox News co-host was so on the nose with his comments towards the Navy is because he's a Marine. Oh God. Aren't all Marines homosexuals?
Understanding. No, Matthew, what is your understanding of the mechanism of breast cancer? And do you know kind of different subtypes of breast cancer?
There's this breast cancer when you have like this lump. That's why you grope your boobs to see if you don't have a lump. Some women kind of cut off their breasts preventively. I've known there's this famous actress that played in a sitcom that removed her breasts preemptively because she was at a risk of breast cancer. So she did like the preemptive surgery.
Not that highly educated about it, but I do have the article that yes, HRT has even though it's good for bone positivity and everything, if you are
Some positivity and everything, Jesus. Even though it's good for some positivity and everything.
susceptible to breast cancer, it is a conversation you should have, as it does increase these reoccurring.
Matthew, that's different things there. You're saying that they should have a conversation with their doctor. Yes, they should. However,
Because
the mechanism for the
HRT
I mean, the doctor says that. I've been warned of cancer by my doctor with HRT. Like, okay. Like, I've been warned that there's some risks of certain things happening. That's not a thing that the doctor does not do. There's like, even in, I don't even know if I should say even here, but in Poland as well, it's just it's a thing that a doctor will tell you right off the gate, right off the beginning. Like, it's not some secret thing that is being kept from patients. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the US there is a very direct destination between the Marine Corps, the Navy, and the Air Force. It's like basically a three different societies within the society. I mean, that makes sense.
increases the risk.
taking a short break from that call to let you know that you can watch the full episode linked in the description. And if you want to support me personally, first of all, you can hit like and subscribe, but also you can head to patreon.com/Luxander for pictures of my cat and other secret stuff. And you can also head to shopluxander.net to get t-shirts and hoodies and tank tops and mugs of various sizes, etc. And if there's anything you want to see in the merch store, let me know in the comments down below.
No, Matthew, HRT are different hormones, right? What hormones are primarily responsible for breast cancer? How does breast tissue proliferate?
such as
Estrogen. Estrogen.
the hormone replacement therapy for breast cancer equaling
You're
estrogen.
not listening,
This is one
Matthew.
of the
Yeah, so trans men who are more often higher risk of breast cancer just because of amount of breast tissue and undergoing an estrogen and progesterone based puberty puts them at a higher risk before going on HRT. So when we talk about cancer, cancer is like uncontrollable cell growth and cell division, right? So you get way too many cells that are bypassing regulatory mechanisms, and then they grow out of control. They can spread through your bloodstream, through your lymphatic system, etc. So you have to have those controls go out, and you have to have some kind of input for those cells to grow. And in people with breast tissue, like anybody with breast tissue, estrogen is the main factor. And yes, you can have some progesterone dominant cancers, but oftentimes those two hormones are what cause breast tissue to proliferate. That's why you get breast growth in pregnancy, and you get milk let down at the end of your pregnancy. So testosterone does
And that's why trans women are also warned against cancer. Right?
not have that same effect on breast tissue. It acts on other areas of the body. And so even though you want to claim that there's a higher risk,
I wonder if trans men are warned about I wonder if there's something that develops in those areas where the prostate would be. I have to look into it.
of breast cancer, the mechanism does not line up. So
You lose
I'm not
breast
sure
tissue on
where you're getting
testosterone,
your,
actually.
yeah, you get suppression of breast growth. And so reduction and so trans men are going to have a higher risk of breast cancer than cis men because of that initial estrogen input, and some genetic factors as well. But that's not the testosterone doing that. So we have to think about, when we're talking about risk factors, what specifically are contributing to those risk factors. And it seems like you have a misunderstanding of
Basic
what
science.
cancer is, what breast cancer is, and what contributes to that. So what's your response to that?
Again, I see what you're saying, but also you're agreeing with me that yes, estrogen, an increase of estrogen, because if there is a male to female, they have to talk about this because you're inputting estrogen into the body.
So Matthew,
I wanna
you
clarify.
talked about
Can I clarify really quick on that? So some risks of cancer do change when you undergo hormone therapy. But what happens when a trans woman takes estrogen, so she starts with a flat chest and she grows breasts, is that her risk of breast cancer rises to match the breast cancer risk of cisgender women. So technically it went up, but it went up to match the same risk that any other woman has. And interestingly, also, the risk of prostate cancer plummets to basically zero. So it's, basically like their cancer risk matches the gender that their hormone profile matches. So they have the same prostate cancer risk as women. They have the same breast cancer risk as women. They have the same risks of cardiovascular disease as women. That's what hormones do.
Okay. So if you're still going to be locked in on this idea that science backs you, why does forensic science still go against you then?
What the?
Are you
what?
trying to bring up bones
What do you mean forensic science goes what? That makes no sense.
right now? Are you going to bring up bones and how in paleoarchaeology they actually frequently mess up the sex determination because they have to base their entire guess on what your gender is on the items you were buried with literally all the time? Like the entire field of archaeology goes off of the items that the person was buried with. And if they try to make determinations based on the bone shape, they are wrong. No, they're wrong. No, that's not how it works. You're trying to talk to me about science. You don't know anything. You don't know what you're talking about, Matthew. They do not go off of the bones because it's wrong most of the time when they do that. That's why they go off of the artifacts that the person was buried with.
Okay, so if we're going
What's
to
your
say
field?
that, then
You said you're about to go to
in
work. What's your
Pompeii-
field? Why am I respecting your scientific opinion over
Oh my
the
God.
literal paleontologists and anthropologists that I talk to every week?
Okay. You don't have to respect my opinion. You still have to be able
Wait,
to
what's this person's field? They never responded.
concede the idea that we are
No,
gendering people based off of
Matthew.
bone.
No, you're
I
not.
do not have
That's
to
literally not
concede
how it
any.
works.
Matthew, I do not have to concede anything that you have not brought citations for in the first place. You haven't brought any data whatsoever for us to even discuss. You've brought up your own thoughts that you pulled out of your ass somewhere. So, do you have an educated
Oh my
opinion
God.
that we can discuss? Do you have citations for the things that you're saying? Or are you just going to keep talking like this and say that we just disagree with you to disagree with you?
I guess we'll never see eye to eye then.
Oh
I
my
mean, because my
God.
opinion is based in scientific fact and your opinion is based in what you think scientific fact is. Literally, if you call on Monday next week, we have Skep Talk with Forrest and Erica. Erica is a paleoanthropologist, and she doesn't specifically study human remains because she studies like pre-human evolution. But she might be able to tell you a little bit about how we do determinations of gender when we're exhuming ancient cadavers. Like we cannot make accurate guesses based on the bones. In fact, like we had so many examples of ones where we thought we knew what the gender was, and then genetic testing became prevalent in the scientific fields, and we found out that we were wrong like a huge percentage of the time. And
Uh-oh.
that's just the fact of the matter, is that the science got more refined. So if you're basing your archaeological knowledge on literally 150 years ago, then yes, we made all of our gender determinations based on the bones, and then it turned out that we were wrong a huge percentage of the time.
All right.
Also, HRT changes your bone structure. Trans women's feet shrink, their hip bones get bigger. Like it literally, like people grow an inch or lose an inch in height. Like it changes your bone structure as well.
No way. My feet shrink. I am no longer Bigfoot. I am now Sexy Foot.
Guess I'll call back then Monday.
Monday.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Okay,
Maybe bring some citations.
that's enough. Wait, Aiko is here? What is Aiko doing here at this tower? Aiko is stealing my viewers? Aiko! Stop stealing my viewers. What is this?
Alrighty, this is gonna be a bit of an interesting video to make
Why?
here. Let's just say I'm not exactly used to coming out, so forgive me if I come off as a little too woke or something. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Good puppy. Okay,
What?
let's get started.
Who is this?
So if you don't know who I am Gato Fanglo.
I
I make
know.
a bunch of videos where I confess things about myself. For example, take a look at a few of the videos on screen. It's kind of weird, okay, I'm not gonna lie, but every single video I make is 100% true and real and all of this stuff,
Okay.
right? Well, my most recent video, I discussed my quote-unquote desire to be trans. Okay, you know, some people misunderstood the point of that, but it's fine. I don't really care that much.
Okay. I don't care. What is this?
Not too long, too far.
Stop
No,
stealing my
like,
viewers,
I'm just
Aiko Rules.
kidding. I love you.
You don't love
you know,
me.
That's not how that.
You don't
ever
love
worked.
me.
Like, take it to the internet. Yeah, it was many months.
I thought
And,
Aiko loved me, but no. Aiko does not love me. At all. I don't have studies, but I feel... Oh, what's this? He spends 25 minutes unable to provide evidence. Okay, let's watch this. Hop on! And then we're gonna do the news. How's that sound?
All right, coming up to stream, we got Enzo, who's calling from Massachusetts.
Enzo.
To talk about topic number 2, trans kids deserving gender affirming care. Enzo, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My name is Enzo. I am 69, and my pronouns are male and male self, or something.
Hi, I'm 32 years old. He, him.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Oh, damn. Okay. That was so painless. All right. I did not see that coming. Vladimir says, I feel like it's better to listen a bit about breast and hormones than upset everyone. True.
All right, 32, he, him.
Yes.
All right, Enzo, I believe trans kids deserve gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Because
I do.
kids
I
are...
have a nuanced opinion about this. I
Uh-huh.
think that all underage, like if you're under 18, you should not be intervened with your, brain chemistry regarding what do they call it? Gender affirming care. After 18, I think you have the right to do as you please. You're an adult. You have,
All right,
you know.
so I do want to touch
prior
on
to
that
that-
really quickly. You
Sure.
said if you're under 18, you should not have your brain chemistry interfered with through gender affirming care. Can you provide
That's
me
correct.
evidence that gender affirming care affects a child's brain chemistry?
But it certainly does. If you have if you take hormones, either testosterone or in either
Testosterone.
spectrum of the gender, you your brain chemistry will change absolutely. And I think I
Sorry,
believe in the
Enzo,
notion
Enzo,
that,
I'm sorry,
What?
but I asked you very specifically to provide me evidence of this, and you just restated the claim. So you've made a claim, but what I would like is for you to address the claim. Now, your claim is very vague. Gender affirming care can affect a child's
How
brain
is
chemistry.
vague? Like-
Eating a cookie can affect a child's brain chemistry, right?
Cookie.
So, like, you can
Sugar
I'll ask you
rush.
to do two things here. I like to not be vague. I like to be very specific and pointed.
I
So
respect
could
that.
you be a bit more pointed in your claim?
Yes.
And then provide evidence for said claim.
Okay.
My evidence is that
So
I made it the
if
fuck
you
up.
give your child a hormone, estrogen, for example, that will
Or testosterone.
the growth. You are intervening in a biological process.
Wow. That's not evidence though. Oh my god. People have so much trouble following easy, simple instructions. It's incredible. Hey, provide me evidence. So what I would like to tell you is that when you sniff a butthole...
Okay, so Enzo, this is a different claim. So are we moving to a different claim? Or are we doing the
So-
brain chemistry claim?
But it's interconnected. What do you mean? This is not, what is this, a philosophical discussion about...
Well, yes, the conversation
Still not providing any evidence, by the way.
is about,
separating two
the conversation is about, do these people deserve this healthcare? So yeah, part of this is
No, but
slightly
healthcare,
philosophical. But Enzo, I just
Healthcare.
want to, Enzo, hold on, friend, hold on.
Okay.
Wow, they're friends now. That was so quick. That escalated so quickly. From debate opponents to friends.
You made a very specific claim to me
Yes.
that I clarified and asked you for evidence for.
Best
You're
friends.
now making a different
Forever.
claim. Your initial claim was that gender affirming care affects
Yes.
a child's brain chemistry.
From friends to lovers.
I know because I wrote it down.
Yes.
What you just told to me when I asked you to be specific about it and to provide evidence was that if you give your child estrogen, it will affect their growth. So these are two completely different claims. Now we can go
But
down
they're
either of these.
interconnected.
We can go down either of these claims, but I
Okay.
need to know which one you actually want to go down because they are different claims.
They're 100% interconnected.
Eating on stream. What a pervert. Only perverts eat on stream. I could never eat on stream. Am I right?
Affected. I don't. I think that children, or you can call them trans kids, or kids with gender dysphoria. Although that's not, you don't have to have gender dysphoria to be considered trans. I do believe that to be considered trans, you do have to have gender dysphoria because science is, you know,
What? I don't know.
I think that they do deserve health care, but not to intervene with their bodies. Maybe, you know, therapy, like a psychologist. I know that in the United
Enzo,
States,
these
they
are
don't
now
have
Enzo, you're now making completely separate claims from the ones we're trying to boil down to. In order to have a debate that is fruitful,
Okay.
when someone makes a claim, we need to analyze that claim, analyze the evidence for that claim, and see if this claim holds weight. So you've made two claims that I'm asking you which one you want to talk about. Would you like to go down the route for your
whichever
claim?
you would like.
Enzo, you made...
Oh my god. Enzo, you're such a pervert. God, America has failed people when it comes to the education system. Like, this person is like such a big example of that.
The claim. So would you like to go down the route of gender affirming care affects a child's brain chemistry? Or would you like to go down the route that gender affirming care affects a child's growth?
Let's go the growth route.
Great. So can you be, so again, this is a vague claim. Gender affirming care will affect their growth. Can you be a bit more pointed so I know the exact claim that we are going to address here?
Okay.
Sure. You're gonna be talking about puberty blockers and bone mass or something?
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to the growth of a child,
bone
I
mass.
think that we should let the biological process of growth on a child to happen naturally before we intervene.
Okay, Enzo.
Okay, that was what? That was a nothing statement. What the fuck? What the fuck was that supposed to be?
That doesn't
mean anything.
Expand upon your claim. What you just did.
How so?
Well, because your claim.
Oh god. Oh my god. Truly, the education system has failed Americans.
Is if you give your child estrogen, it will affect their growth. Again,
that's correct.
This is vague. Growth as in what? Enzo, when you say the word growth.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? When you say the word, it will affect it. What does that mean? This is a vague claim. So I'm asking you to make that claim a bit more structured. And all you said to me was, well, I don't think we should affect children's growth. But that's not what I'm wanting to hear from you. I'm wanting to hear a more structured claim.
We should not intervene in the biological.
Oh my god. Oh my. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, wow. American
process of like gender
67.
development in children. Is that clear?
Enzo, that is your feelings on something. I'm asking for you to expand on the claim that if you give your child estrogen, it will affect their growth. Not how you feel about that, but what does that mean when you say that sentence?
What does that mean is that in I don't understand what you
Okay, are
keep
you ready?
saying that they're
Are you
like,
ready? Here
yeah,
we go. I'll explain
yeah,
to you.
yeah. Go ahead.
I'll give you an
Okay,
analogy to explain it.
sure.
If I give my child milk, it will affect their growth. That could mean a lot of things. It might make their bones stronger. It might make their teeth stronger. It might help them grow in height. It might make them
Hmm.
grow developmentally. That could mean a lot of things. So I'm asking you to be more pointed and less vague.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to
Oh my god, this cannot be real. This is just. Okay, okay.
estrogen, what I'm worried about, and
Uh-huh,
why I have these claims.
uh-huh.
Maybe I'm not being clear. I'm not sure.
What? Oh god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hmm.
Sure. It's regarding the children's psyche. There's like, if we intervene in the biological process of a child growing, whether they're a boy or a girl or whatever, um, we would do a disservice to them
Oh,
until
okay.
they're 18 and they,
Yes, that's a lot less vague. What the fuck? This is just simple instructions. Hey, be less vague. Okay, I'll be less vague, and then just continues to say the same thing over and over and over again.
they can choose for themselves.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ Almighty.
Okay. So I'm writing down the things you say because in
Okay.
writing them down, I'm able to better put piece together
Oh my god.
the things you're making and try to help you come up with a claim. You said when it comes to estrogen, I'm worried
Okay.
about the child's psyche. You
Yes.
didn't explain how
Because
estrogen
I'm
affects
trying.
the psyche. You just said you're worried
Okay,
about the
so
psyche. You then say if we intervene in the biological process, we would do a disservice. This
yes,
also
absolutely.
didn't,
Because
again,
I'm trying to be
Enzo,
okay.
I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me.
Oh, sorry. Of course. Go ahead.
These are all vague things. I would be happy to touch on the psyche thing, but you said when we talked about the child's brain, you wanted to move to estrogen will affect their growth. So now we're going back to the brain, which I'm fine doing, but we will be back to my initial statement to you, which was if it's affecting the psyche, provide me in what ways it would be affecting the psyche, and then the evidence behind this. I don't just
Okay,
take things
so
people say as on face value. I like to have
no,
evidence.
I understand that. Absolutely. I'm trying to be like very careful because I understand that I have a nuanced opinion, and I hate when people rage bait, and I also don't want like any hate or misunderstanding regarding like either trans children or trans individuals in general. So I don't want to make these like huge claims. I just think, in my opinion, when we like give a child that is born a male or assigned male at birth, when we intervene in their psyche, in their brain, I understand the milk analogy that you gave, but if we give them estrogen while they are developing,
Oh my
especially
god.
in for males, 11 and a half to 14 and a half years old, when they're in peak
How many times can you just repeat your thing?
growth, we are doing a disservice to their psyche and overall
Oh my god.
development.
Okay, Enzo.
So you just repeated it again.
Again, writing everything you say down because I'm trying to piece it together. You said, in your opinion, when we give a child assigned male at birth interventions in their psyche, when we give them estrogen while they're developing between 11 and a half and 14 and a half, we are doing a disservice to their psyche. You once again did not give me details on how this affects the psyche. You did not provide any evidence for negative outcomes to their psyche. You just keep saying, if we do this, it will be a disservice.
It interrupts the biological process of
what does that mean?
It means that you are artificially derailing their growth.
Okay. Oof, god damn.
Enzo, you just said the same thing twice. You said it interrupts the biological.
More than twice. Okay, more than twice. More than twice.
Process of development. I asked, what does that mean? And you said you're artificially derailing their growth. Those two sentences say the same thing.
The Giovanna guy's probably got very lucky with his life, unlike everyone else. That is true. I mean, the algorithm was very nice.
And does not tell me, what does it mean to interrupt the biological process of development? How does it get interrupted? What negatives come from this interruption? What specific things are interrupted? What parts of development are specifically interrupted? You are not saying anything except platitudes. So I'm looking for very pointed and specific claims that we can analyze.
But I'm not an MD though, so I don't understand. Do you just want like a doctor?
Here, let me give you an example.
God.
Here's a claim that I'm going to make, right? My claim is going to be gender affirming care, when done on youth, increases overall well-being. Increases overall well-being. This is a very pointed claim. I'm talking about well-being in the sense of hold on. When I'm talking about well-being, I'm talking about the overall state of a person's welfare evaluated in terms or factors that make their life go from better or worse. I'm not making a vague claim. I'm saying that this treatment makes their life go from worse to better. And if somebody were to say, well, Jovan, you have made these claims now, how do you substantiate these claims? Well, what I would do is I would go
Okay.
to joevonbradley.com/library, click on gender affirming care, click on regret and satisfaction, and I would go very specifically to this study. It is,
Okay.
let me find it here in my list. Sorry, I have a lot of them.
I cannot
It
just
is.
fuck
Okay,
me.
no.
I cannot believe that this feels so wrong. You know, this feels like he's bullying an illiterate person. Republicans don't even know such a word, platitude, and what it means. Oh, okay.
Is
Understand
hormonal
your-
therapy and
I
sex
believe
reassignment,
you.
a systematic review and
No, I
meta-analysis of
believe you.
quality of life, where we see that 80% of people who receive gender affirming care report an improved
Yeah.
quality of life.
Okay.
Now I'm asking
Well,
you to
it's
provide
not,
a
okay.
more pointed and less
Sure.
vague claim
But
that we can
in
analyze.
in what you just said, the satisfactory part is very easy to be calculated. But when trans people stop taking hormones or stop their gender journey, how do you
Hormones.
calculate that? How is that calculable? And
I don't
your
understand the
claim
point,
is,
Enzo.
yeah, I'll explain it to you. Your
I
claim
don't
is
understand the point
also
of this
very
question.
vague.
This question doesn't have anything to do with my claim.
You
What
just
the fuck?
claimed that from worse to better, their quality of life is better, right? According to the study that you just quoted.
After hormone therapy and
Because
sex
this-
reassignment, 80% of people who've gone through these treatments reported an improved quality of life.
Yeah, we have studies on people that continue to get gender affirming care, but
Okay.
people that stop, there's no, like, people that did transition or people that just stop taking hormones or gender affirming care.
Enzo, what
There's
percentage
no
of people detransition?
statistics. The number is growing more and more. It used to be only 1% when I first started to read about
The
it.
number
It
is
was
the number is
very, very low.
3%. The number is 3% on the high end.
But how do you calculate that? 3%?
By looking
Where's
at
the
people who
3%?
stop receiving gender treatment.
Oh, and that's very calculable? How?
Yes.
What?
By measuring
How
who
do
no
you
longer
calculate it?
by measuring who no longer gets their prescriptions refilled, or who no longer sees a gender who no longer receives treatment at a gender clinic, things like that. You can also survey the population, which we have done as well.
Oh, okay. And what's your source?
I have multiple. How many would you like?
The 3%.
Oh my god.
Yes, I have multiple
Where
sources.
does
How
the
many would you like?
3% come?
Sure.
The 3%.
Sure, absolutely. We have levels of satisfaction and regret with gender affirming in medical care in adolescents. This was a 2024 JAMA pediatric study, which found that the
Oh
regret rate,
boy.
and this is just talking regret rate. The regret rate for youth was under 4%. There is re-identification with birth registered sex in a Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort, which again found under 4% reported some level of regret. 97% of whom continued gender affirming care years later. So that would lead to the 3%. We also have the 2015 transgender survey, which found the same thing, that most respondents who transition reported improved level of satisfaction.
Okay, that was 11 years ago. That's a long time ago. 12, actually, almost.
We can use studies from
And
11
I
years ago.
understand because,
But
you know,
again,
we can
wait,
but not for...
Enzo, you're getting hung up on one. I've given you multiple sources here. So we would extrapolate. What we do is we look at
This
studies.
is Vladimir says this is torture, Lucy. I'm just letting you know on how horrific this is. What reverse bullying looks like. Oh god.
From the past and studies from the present, and see if the data maintains
Look at
alignment.
that Teenage Mutant
Okay, but
Ninja
that's
Turtles
what I'm
game in the
saying.
background
See
on
that the data
arcade.
maintains an alignment. So there's no reason to question that it's changed
Okay.
when a
I want an
2021
arcade
examination
machine.
of the
That
transgender
is so cool.
survey revealed the same thing, when these other studies that I presented you from 2024 revealed the same thing. So there's no reason
And
to question.
in
What it seems like
2024,
is
it's
that the
still
alignment.
3%.
Yes.
So the 3%
I want a
is
turtle
stagnant
arcade
from
machine.
2015 to 2024.
Yes, this would be something we expect to see in
Okay.
alignment with the population. Just like the regret rate for
Oh.
knee surgery hasn't really changed in the last like 50 years.
Well,
It's
no,
remained pretty
that's
consistent.
not elective. Knee surgery is not elective.
What do you think elective means in medical care?
What do you mean? What the elective means?
What do
If
you think
need,
it means?
Oh my fucking god.
It means that it's you get a choice.
No, elective just means that it's a planned procedure. It's not it's not an emergency procedure. It's not a procedure you have
Exactly.
because of an emergency thing. It's just planned. So knee surgery is elective. It's an elective procedure.
Okay. So the 3% that you mentioned, right? From
People
20
also get planned hip surgeries, by the way, to avoid having to do it as an emergency in the future. So that's also an elective thing.
the 2015. I believe that. In 2015, I believe that that was the percentage. Absolutely. But in 2024, it is not the same anymore.
I've
It's
given you
just not.
multiple studies to corroborate the
Because
same number
I
for
think-
2024. Do you have a counter study that shows that the numbers are different?
No, I don't.
Then here's what we have to do. In a conversation where two people are debating two different pieces of information, one of
Right.
which who has sources to back up the other who doesn't, there's only one side we can default to here.
Right.
And it's
of
the side
course.
with the evidence, which is my
Yeah,
side.
But sure.
Damn.
Let's do it. Let's go with that.
Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. What do you mean let's go with that? Bro. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about satisfaction, if only 3% of people have a dissatisfaction rate with their gender transition, then this is overwhelmingly a medical procedure that leads to positives.
Yeah, but
it's not a necessary one.
It kind of is necessary if not getting it means that you will self-harm, right? I feel bad for Enzo. He's a victim of the American K-12 school. I know! This is just so sad. Like, this is so sad. I feel so bad, like, listening to this. Like, god damn.
Still even 0.01%.
Like he said, like I listen to this person speak and I'm like, the American education system is just failing so many people. The regular.
Unnecessary.
This is
like, god damn it. God damn it.
It doesn't prevent you from living a fulfilling life.
I literally.
So that's just not getting the gender affirming care quite literally prevents trans people from living a fulfilling life.
Gave you a study that showed that overall quality of life increases by 80%. Or let me rephrase, 80% of responders responded that they've had an overall increase to their overall well-being, meaning their quality of life did measurably get better. But in the same study, I'll give you some more of what the findings found. In the same study,
what the findings found.
Western Australia that you mentioned?
The findings
the study on quality of life, that was, let me pull it up again. Benefits and well-being. Which study was it? Sorry, I have a lot of studies here, so I have to, once I leave one, I have to go find it again.
That's okay.
Oh my god, which one was that one?
That's okay. We can. That's not that important.
No, it is
I
though because
believe
of the
you.
other
No,
stuff.
I
Because
believe
of
you. I
no,
believe you.
but
I understand.
it's not just that. The
I,
study the
Oh my gosh, Glitchmaster, thank you for the $15. Magnifique, you beat your addiction, mon ami. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to go back, you know? I kind of feel like we've ended Expedition prematurely. I feel like we should go back later, you know? I feel like maybe we should for a bit. Maybe for a bit later, you know? Maybe a bit. Just a bit. Just the tip. Just the tip, you know?
study
I
points to
believe you.
multiple outcomes.
Absolutely.
God, I'm listening. Glitchmaster, you've missed hell of a debate. Well, it's almost over, but this person just restated their claim 15 times in a row, and all I can say is, God, the American school system has failed so many people. The American education has failed so many people. Sad.
I'm not here to. I just wanted
Here
to
it is.
hear
What is
your
Found it.
opinions
saying?
regarding
This
it.
was hormonal therapy and sex reassignment, a systematic review and meta-analysis of quality of life and psychosocial outcomes.
I saw this before, I think I was in a meeting. Yeah? That is so depressing. Yeah, Enzo is such a depressing case of the failure of American education. God damn it. Like, I listen to this and I just feel sad. Like, I don't even, I'm not even angry at this person that they're like transphobic or whatever. I just feel sad for their state. I feel pity for Enzo.
80% of people reported improved gender dysphoria. 78% reported improved psychological symptoms. 80%
Okay.
reported improved quality of life, and 72% reported improved sexual function. So when you say this isn't necessary to live a better, like to have a higher quality of life, this is just untrue.
Yes.
This would be untrue based on the research.
But there are so many variables, right?
Okay. Like, what the fuck?
Because the study that you mentioned, there's so many variables on a study. How many
Yeah, and studies tend to, it's just a funny thing that studies tend to do is to take variables into account. What does that even mean?
subjects that we have? But I'm not gonna get into that. I understand
Of course you're not. Of course you're not getting. Wow. Enzo.
your argument. I just think that it's a very generalized argument that it's just better to intervene in children.
So, Enzo, what we call this, or what just happened right now, it was a logical fallacy in which you moved the goalpost. Because now because the claim that you made was their quality of life doesn't get better. I show you it doesn't, you go, well, but there's so many other factors that we don't know. Like, what if it's really this and what if it's really that?
There are variables on a study. How many subjects were there? How, like, in what stage of their transitioning was the study taken? Because if it's just in the first, 3 months,
and so this was a systematic review and a meta-analysis. They looked at 28 different studies because they wanted to see what the research overwhelmingly is saying. You would have to go into the study and look at all the other studies that they analyzed.
Oh my gosh.
Sure, I would love to.
What they want to do.
I would love to.
JovanBradley.com. Every source that I mention is on JovanBradley.com.
I would love to.
What they're doing is they're looking and they're saying, hey, based on the research put together in a whole, not in part, what is this research pointing us to? And it's pointing that gender transition and transition-related treatment is associated with better psychosocial outcomes.
Okay. What was that? I am on your website, by the way. What's that study that you mentioned called? I would like to read it.
This one is hormonal therapy and sex reassignment, a systematic review and meta-analysis of quality of life and psychosocial outcomes.
Yeah, I would love to read that.
Okay.
Let me see.
But Enzo,
Enzo,
the thing I want to point out is we are debating on something right now, and my side of the debate is saying, here's my research for why this is important, and your side of the debate is going, well, I feel like it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
What the fuck?
I don't operate in I feel and I think statements. I like to operate in, you know,
I get that.
empirical.
He just admitted it? He just like, yeah, I'm all fields over reals. That's true. But what?
Reality.
Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Gender, sexuality, society. Let me click on. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Sure thing, Enzo.
Okay. Have a good one.
Low-key, this might be my best topic. Thank you all for watching this video.
That was so depressing. Oh, Riverboat Jack debated somebody? What did Riverboat Jack debate? I keep having those trans debates. Is Marvel trying to crush the comic book industry again? Make America great again?
Gender's a social construct. Gender's by God, but God doesn't have gender. Jesus was man, therefore God has a gender, but Jesus and God are different and the same. The whole, like, the Trinity, like, the Holy Spirit is also a thing, doesn't have a gender. Jesus is God, but also not God. That's the whole concept of the Holy Trinity. Well, but God the Father is not the same as Jesus the Son, and not the same as the Holy Spirit. Those are three different things, but they're all
okay.
of the
Boring.
same
I'm already
substance.
bored. Already, I'm bored. Already, I've had enough. How to avoid creating boring manga stories from 10 hours ago?
You know what makes manga addictive? The tension, the drama, that feeling of wanting to just read one more page. That's what happens when you pick the right conflict. Over the last 3 years, we've helped hundreds of aspiring mangakas with the guidance of pro-Japanese manga artists and a pro-manga editor who have over 50 years of combined experience in the industry. Most beginners don't know the first thing about writing conflict. They think they know, but actually, they don't even understand what conflict is and how to pick the right kind for their story. Even someone who can draw as well as this made the same kind of mistake. If you don't want to fall into this trap, then make sure to keep watching, because in this video, we'll show you what manga conflict actually is.
Okay, let's see if I did a conflict.
6 types of conflict,
in my one shot.
how pros use them, and how you can apply it to your manga. Quick question. What image pops into your mind when you hear the word conflict? Did you imagine a showdown between hero and villain? You see, a lot of beginner mangakas want to feature cool fight scenes. They want to
I actually don't have a cool fight scene in my one shot, so no.
show off the power system and what their protagonists can do.
Actually, no, I did not do that.
But conflict does not equate to physical violence. It's so much more than just characters attacking each other. Sure, fight scenes might look impressive, but if you don't know how to structure your story and use the right conflict, it just feels shallow and empty. Our pro manga editor Vivi sees this all the time.
This is what beginners do. They just put the fashion and the effects and the pretty lights, but they don't put the core of the story there.
And
Oh, so that's the opposite of what I did.
core, it's conflict. It's what makes all those flashy fight scenes actually mean something. It's what challenges the protagonist and makes them more interesting. And more importantly, conflict is why your readers stay to keep reading. This is where many beginner mangakas run into their first major problem. They don't just choose the wrong kind of conflict. A lot of stories have no clear conflict at all. If you're wondering how you can use these lessons and techniques in your one-shot, check out our free manga anthology, One Shot, Your Manga Era.
I actually read this today.
It features original one-shots made by aspiring mangakas from all around the world. These are real stories that went
I feel good about my art.
from vague ideas to finished pages with the help of pro-Japanese mangakas and a pro manga editor. Some of them even did it in
How does my art compare to this? Is it good?
as fast as 1 month. The most exciting part? You can vote for your favorite and enter the giveaway to win manga creation prizes like Wacom tablets and a Clip Studio Paint subscription. Plus, you'll even receive a free manga concept blueprint as soon as you answer the survey. This blueprint is what helped over 400 of our students finish their first manga in as fast as 60 to 90 days.
Oh my god, I finished mine in 2 weeks.
So, if you need a little inspiration for your own manga, click the link in the
God damn.
description or go to oneshot.learntodrawmanga.com to read for free. We've reviewed hundreds, if not thousands, of beginner manga pitches, storyboards, and completed one-shots. One of the biggest issues we keep seeing? Lots of beginners don't know how to add the right conflict to begin with. Let's take a look at this silent manga from Nick.
I'm Nick. I am 36 years old. I made a 19-page one-shot for the silent manga audition. The logline for my manga was, a young girl grows up and builds towards her artistic dreams, but as it falls out from beneath her, she finds the strength to move forward from her past selves.
The protagonist is a kid playing with an airplane. She puts it down and starts drawing a spaceship. Then there's a time skip. The protagonist is older, in school, reading manga, and then drawing afterwards. Another time skip. We see that she's taken her art even more seriously. Her room is filled with canvases and paintings. She's painting into the night, drinking coffee. Another time skip. She's drawing on her tablet when suddenly she gets a notification, and it seems like she was let go of her job. And of course, she's shocked. Another short time skip. She's cleaned out her room. It's time for her to take out the corkboard with all her drawings and memories. Suddenly, she sees all the past versions of herself and starts sobbing. Her past selves comfort her and push her to look towards a brighter, more hopeful future. Now, let's get a few things straight. Nick is an amazing artist. He did such a great job with the visuals for his manga. The art looks great, he knows how to draw backgrounds, angles, and different perspectives, the layout and flow.
I suck at backgrounds, by the way. That's my weakness. You know what I mean?
Were also very easy.
The one shot kinda looks like you. This one?
Easy to follow. But
I'm bad at backgrounds.
biggest gap was the story. Let me ask you this. What was the conflict in this story? Now, some of you
My story has conflict.
probably thinking,
Obviously, it's her losing her job. That's the conflict.
and sure, on the surface, that might seem right. It was unexpected. She's shocked, she's sad, we even see her crying. But here's the problem. Losing her job isn't a conflict. It's an event. A conflict isn't just something bad that happens to your character. It's an ongoing struggle. Something your character has to actively push against. Page
Yeah. My character has a conflict in this story. The illness and wanting to be free. Boom! You know what I mean? I aced
after
it.
page, that shapes what they do next.
I
Ask
aced it in my one shot.
after she loses her job, what does she actually do about
I
it?
literally aced it.
Does she fight to get it back? Does she have to choose between two paths forward? Does an old fear resurface that she has to overcome? In Nick's story, none of that happens. She gets
I
the
see. In my one
notification,
shot,
she's
she
sad,
has to choose. She has to choose between staying in, and in her home and believing that possibly one day she'll get better, or leaving to the unknown for new possibilities to get better. See, it is like I do the conflict. I aced it. You know what I mean? Gesundheit. Entschuldigung.
cleans out her room, she meets her past selves, and she feels hopeful again. That's not a character working through a struggle. That's a character having a feeling and then a different feeling.
Entschuldigung.
And it's just a bunch of different events happening to her. So, if losing her job isn't the conflict, what actually is? To answer that, we need to back up and ask a bigger question. What does conflict even look like when it's not a fight scene? Think of non-action manga like Oyasumi Punpun, Fruits Basket, and Apothecary Diaries.
And you journey to fight off the perverts. You know what I mean? Of course.
No one's trying to defeat each other. There's no big hero versus villain showdown like in One Piece or Dragon Ball. But there's still conflict. Why is that?
I kind of got reminded of the French opening to Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z, 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 je le follow ce soir. Dragon Ball Z, 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 follow je le soir. Bamboli bapolo hell, je laisse à l'avant bardo hell. Jean voulait battle hell, je for the phone to the bell. Dragon Ball, and that makes me want to play a little bit of Expedition E33 because that's like French, you know? Baguette. Dragon Ball Z, you know? It's like very, I'm tempted to go back and to be like, try this fight one more time, last time, you know what I mean? It's like a big temptation of mine.
It's because there is actually 6 types of conflict. Number 1, person versus self. It's an internal struggle, often between the heart and the mind. Number 2, person versus person. This one's more like the classic hero versus villain conflict. Number 3, person versus society. Here, it's the people fighting against an authoritarian system. 4, person versus nature. This conflict is about humans versus an ecological problem or disaster. 5, person versus technology. The struggle between humanity.
I miss O'Berry. Wait, what is O'Berry? Who's O'Berry? You know who I miss? Oh, O'Berry. Hold on. O'Berry, you know what I mean? Hold on, I've tried to establish it again, you know? Hold on, I think I can do this. How do I... Oh, Barry. Hold on. I'm gonna do my best to do the O'Berry. Why can't I find browser? Okay, I have to make a new one. Hold on. I have to. Dragon Ball Z, 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 Z. J'ai la folie soir. Enfant délivre la vue. Je lis à la bonbonne d'aveu. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I have Berry somewhere. It's called. Called OBS. What's the OBS? What's the other OBS called? Streamlabs. Okay, I'm gonna go to Streamlabs because this is where I have my Berry set up. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna log in, you know, with sexy. You know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? I think it's with Twitch. Do you know what I mean? Do you know? Do you know what I mean? Okay, where's the widgets? Oh, Berry! Where's the alert box? I think I have to do this with YouTube, not with Twitch. Hold on. Yeah. Right? Alert box. Do I have alert box? Wait. Something's wrong. Okay, I think no. I think it has to be for Twitch. Maybe. What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, we could do the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. We could do this when I do the one last time, you know? Okay. Where's the... That's strange. Where's my O'Berry? Wait, where's my O'Berry? I cannot find it. I don't... Why can't I find it? I could have sworn that I had it on. Somewhere. Maybe it's... Hold on. Maybe it's somewhere else. LucyHighlight.org/live. Let me try to sign in. It's weird. Hold on. So it's like integration, social feature things. What was I? Users, chatbot. No, that's not it. No, that's wrong. Hold on. Push. Oh. I don't know, but it just doesn't work for some reason. I'm trying to turn on the O'Berry again, but it just doesn't work for some reason. I don't know. I'll try to do it, but I'm struggling. I'm struggling to turn on O'Berry for some reason. You know? I don't know why. Why am I struggling with O'Berry? I have it on the laptop, no problem. What's... Hmm. 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 Maybe it should be via YouTube. We're now in a rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Strange. What's happening? Hmm. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't work. I guess we'll have to try this next time.
And robots or machines. And finally, number 6. Person versus supernatural. It's about humans versus curses or monsters. Now, let's try a quick game. I'm gonna tell you about a manga, and I want you to guess which type of conflict it's using. Are you ready? Komi can't communicate. A shy girl tries to make 100 friends despite her communication struggles. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus self. Jujutsu Kaisen. A student enters a secret world of curses and supernatural battles. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus supernatural. Next, Psychopath. A young inspector questions a future society where people are judged for their potential for crime. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus society. My Hero Academia. A powerless boy inherits a superpower and trains to defeat a villain threatening society. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus person. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
Actually, I would argue that My Hero Academia is also person versus society, considering that the hero system is considered broken and needs fixing. But, you know.
Fights to save humanity and the environment in a ruined world. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus nature. Finally, Pluto. A robot detective investigates a mystery threatening humans and robots. What kind of conflict is this? Do you have your answer? It's person versus technology. How many did you get right? Was it a perfect 6 out of 6? 5 out of 6? Let us know in the comments. The truth is, most manga have multiple types of conflict, even if there is a main one, like the examples in the game. For one-shots, pros advise to stick to just 2 layers of conflict. The first layer is external.
I'll go to the toilet now, you know what I mean? toilet time, consider donating or subscribing, even if there's no Oberry. I have returned. You know what I mean?
Conflict, which can be types 2 to 6. The second layer is internal conflict, which is type 1. Here's what that looks like in practice. Our student Nugo's one-shot, Coco, follows Arlen, a bear cub who's trafficked for the oils in his fur. Externally, his conflict is clear. He's trapped and exploited by the traffickers. But internally, his fear and self-doubt are what's keeping him docile, and that's how his traffickers keep control over him. When a fellow victim helps him break through his internal struggle, he also manages to escape his external cage. And that's what you need to do in your one-shot. As pro manga editor Vivi says,
you need to represent the internal conflict externally somehow. You can't keep it only in the protagonist's thoughts. The internal and external have to collide.
So, how do you actually choose the right conflict for your manga? The key is your protagonist. What do they want specifically? What do they need to do to achieve that? What internal fear or flaw makes that goal harder to reach? And how can you push their external situation to make it even harder? Put yourself in your character's shoes and ask,
what's the worst possible thing that could happen to me right now?
Then make it happen. That's how you stack the odds against your protagonist. It's exactly what keeps readers on the edge of their seats. And they'll want to see, will they succeed or fail? But remember, don't mix too many types of conflicts at once, especially if you're just making your first one-shot. Keep it simple. Keep it focused. That's what keeps readers turning pages all the way to the end. If you've wanted to make manga for years, but still don't have...
I wanted to make manga, you know what I mean? Alright, we've done it. Sexy. Oh no.
How we use AI to create comics.
Oh no.
First, we sit down and rough out the story with hand-drawn thumbnails on paper. Then we use those thumbnails to write up a script. From a writing perspective, AI isn't able to adequately give us the tone, style, and pacing we need to create an engaging and original story. So we actually just write the story ourselves without any additional assistance. From there, we translate the script and thumbnails into pencils. Lydia actually has spent thousands of hours practicing comic art using an HB pencil on vellum Bristol board, the same way that our favorite creators did this a century ago. Then she switches to ink. Lydia uses sable brushes and dip pens because she's able to maximize the character of the
So what's the point of the AI?
lines and add extra grit and texture. Then she scans the artwork and passes it to me. I use Photoshop to color the line art, and while it can be extremely time-consuming to do this all in real time using my hand and brain and a Wacom pen, I find the process
Wacom, not Wacom.
meditative, and I discover subtle but important ways to enhance the storytelling with color when I'm able to obsess over the details as a human. Then I import the pages into Illustrator. Again, I find that taking my time to arrange and rearrange the balloons is extremely helpful in unlocking key story beats that the reader feels subconsciously, enhancing their emotional connection to the story. And at this point, you might have noticed that we haven't used AI at all in our workflow, and that's exactly how we use AI to create.
Oh, okay. Okay. Clickbait. I got baited. I got rage baited. Damn, they got me. They got me. Okay, let's watch the Candace Owens debate. Candace Owens. Dance. You know what I mean? Let's see if I can find this. Candace Owens versus, what was his name? Andrew Wilson. Andrew, can you see me typing it? Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. Okay, let's go. I didn't find anything. The hell? Let me try again. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. It's not finding anything. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. What's wrong? What's wrong? Okay, I'm just kidding. Oh. Where's the debate itself? The great debate. Is this? Oh. Are we gonna watch it on the Candace Owens side?
Are we live?
No, we're dead. You understand my feelings? Hold on. I have to now do the thing where I have to like, you know what I mean? I have to turn on the gaming. Sexy. I have to move it. Please consider subscribing or donating because I am poor. I am poorer than you can even imagine. It's because I'm sexy. Sexy people tend to be poor people. You know? That's how you know that I'm sexy. No, I'm kidding. I'm not sexy. I wish I was, but I'm not. If only I was sexy at least. I could at least be like, hey Lucy, at least you're sexy. But you know what? You know what I mean? Clair obscur, obscuration 33.
Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, you know, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about...
Candace, Andrew, it's good to be yeah. You know why? You know what? Let's settle this once and for all, okay? I'm gonna use, okay? If you think Lucy is sexy, okay? Then donate the amount that you think Lucy is sexy, okay? The higher the amount, the more sexy you think Lucy is. There you go. Yeah. That is what I think would be the most fair, what that's called. That is the most fair, objective measurement. If you think Lucy is sexy, show it through the numbers. Your expedition? Lucy 33. Okay, let's do this.
The conversation
one
that
last time
with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys.
Kudos to the both of you.
The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's
one more time.
evidence
One more
that
day.
Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started.
I immediately died.
For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did.
Oh, my fucking God.
We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said
you admire Charlie, what he did, that did, and what he changed. Oh my God! Imagine saying with a straight face that you admired Charlie Kirk.
a lot of good things about Charlie. Respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience
One more
is
time.
The folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, You've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out
I
and
did
saying,
not
"Hey,
want
I want
this
to have
to
this
take.
conversation."
This is gonna
and
be
for
a
Candace
shit
to
show.
accept it.
I hate
So
both these people.
You have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well. And the
Oh my
PBD
God.
Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do
What?
fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out
Who?
right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here.
Oh, what
and
the
then, of
fuck?
course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also
Oh
volunteered.
my
but it
fucking
ended
all
up
the
being,
all the most horrible names, okay? All the most horrible people. I swear to God. How can you respect these motherquackers? Insane.
This format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure.
What?
And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's.
Oh.
I think that's what most people mean.
What the fuck? That's literally not what overwhelming evidence is by any metric, okay? Yeah, by overwhelming evidence, I just feel that's the case. Well, that's not fucking overwhelming evidence then, is it? Like, what? What do you mean, Andrew? Oh, well, by overwhelming evidence, I sort of kind of just think that's what happened, and it feels convincing to me. Well, that's not even minimal evidence, not to mention overwhelming. Well, I guess Andrew already is on the back foot to this crap.
Say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement.
When I say overwhelming evidence, I don't mean that at all, actually. Andrew, are you being serious?
September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Fuck me.
Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government.
Yes. Nations
Because
were
this was
super
the first
interested
nationwide
in
traumatic
Charlie
event
Kirk's death.
in Gen Z's lifetime. The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government. to murder Charlie
Conspiracy
Kirk.
verse, what the
Within a
fuck?
day or two of Kirk's death, Ian
This
Carroll
is not
claimed
serious.
that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one.
This is
misleading
so
piece of
unserious. Conspiracy verse. Like, he's saying all that with a straight face, but all this rings so unserious that I just cannot. And there's 3 hours of this bullshit? 3 hours?
evidence that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving
my
me no
fucking
choice
God.
but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would
What?
have successfully opposed the Iranian war.
Oh my god.
Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them.
No,
but there is no
I don't
evidence
like
that
them.
Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Whoa.
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
That literally doesn't mean anything because all the right-wing people say that all the time.
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been.
Well, I mean,
But
that's the natural
what happens
conspiracy.
when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
A good man.
He came here today to debate.
A good man. Okay. Oh, the death of a good man. Wait, what man? Who are we talking about?
And so
Who's
let's
the
get to
good
it.
man?
The debate topic today is one, my
Oh,
belief
boy.
that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others.
Gosh.
You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson.
I mean, I'm sorry. You just said overwhelming evidence means that you find it to be believable or something. So you don't have overwhelming evidence at all.
He, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position.
Do any of you have
Regardless,
overwhelming
we're both
evidence
defending
of
the claims.
anything?
There's overwhelming evidence on our side.
Actually?
So it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing.
That's not
I see almost
what
no
that
evidence at all,
means.
only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes,
That's
feelings,
not
things
what
like that.
overwhelming evidence means.
Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 was for this debate was to
What
finally have a
the
chance
fuck?
for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential
Fucking
conservative...
$300,000 for this shit show? Really? He paid $300,000?
of outreach organizations for
What
young
the
people.
fuck?
And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. disarming
Class.
Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she
What
finally
in the
answers for some of
holy
that.
shit?
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks.
She's a conspiracy
I
theorist.
don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times
my
over,
fucking God.
I mean, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government.
Oh, both
and
these
I do
people
wanna
are
say
so
this.
awful.
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting.
What the hell is Israel? We love Israel.
Like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well.
Stop saying that word.
When all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie.
My God, whenever she says the word, whenever she says Israel, I just fucking cannot.
Did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So
I'm
grateful
fucking
that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding.
A conspiracy theorist is basically a lunatic.
Not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to
What?
other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
Why?
It defies common sense to think that he had
Why?
a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the
yeah,
internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely.
Why would
could
anybody
shatter
lie
the
about the
neck
caliber of the
any
gun?
human
That's,
being.
that
When you
makes no
say that
sense.
there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization,
Alright.
which means he
I
would
don't
have
know
to
why
be a
when
part of
anybody
some
would
kind of
lie about the
conspiracy.
caliber of the gun itself.
Okay,
But
so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by
I died again.
Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
it's not easy to
Yes, I
focus
recall.
on two
You're
things.
talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove if you think somebody's set up as a patsy. You could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
Hello.
So you
Logically possible.
you I think have said on
Trash
the
fire.
platform
It's
that
been
you
so
were a
long
gunsmith.
since you've been here. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What is going on here? Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, who paid $300,000 to watch this, okay? To be here and debate. Also, hello. Trash fire. Why have you not been watching stream lately? Don't you want to help me to become a small streamer rather than a micro streamer? Trash fire, I missed you so much. You know what I mean? I cried and cried because you were not here. I could not eat, I could not sleep. I am a mess. You know what I mean? Lol, hi Lucy. I've been working and going for a trip to the Philippines. Philippines! I've met a bunch of people from the Philippines lately. Listen, you can always make it up to me, okay? There's always a really simple way to make it up to me, and that is to go to lucyhaz.org/live, you know, and donate. Because I'm poor, and I'm trying to make ends meet, you know? You know what I mean? Alright, let's continue.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You
Many
also
years.
said that you were an army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the army? Did you teach this? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
Like they pretend to be serious, but this is absolutely not a serious conversation.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints, and among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched, you could have DNA on something that you've never touched, and to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them,
my God.
you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named
Imagine
Matt
paying
Robinson,
$300,000
Amber
for
Robinson, and Lance
this.
Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3.
$300,000. So much you could do with that kind of money.
She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from.
Anything
And
other
again,
than
what's
this.
also relevant here is
For fuck's
the
sake.
earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, you
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was.
What?
And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
I'll wait patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he isn't
$300,000.
It could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. but that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state,
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if
yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day. Utah Rule
They want
1102.
to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common
They're talking about this
on
bullshit.
the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary,
Why did he laugh
apical
at that?
hemorrhages,
That was
multiple
weird.
disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But no, but your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
want to
that's
give.
not
Please don't
what's
cut
in
me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate.
Oh,
Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading.
I had a
And what did
feeling
he
that
say?
should
Well, I'm the
be
magistrate under
leading
Utah
him by the
Constitution.
nose.
1102, it is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then
Andrew was
they would
not
not allow this
such a
stuff. They would say
great-
we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is
now.
a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's
Pull
pull
out
that up. I'm
1102.
doing exactly.
Now
what
they're
the
just
state
shouting
said.
over
I'm
each
looking at a
other.
piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what
Yes.
Rule 1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm
$300,000.
saying, even if he doesn't. What
Three-
Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
Never made that
fact
argument.
like.
Just making it up.
n-
Just purely making it up. I'm
$300,000 for this shit show, and I knew it would be a shit show. Of course, it was predictable.
asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire
Fuck me.
preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis
This is
of
not
reliable
worth
hearsay. And what that means
$300,000.
essentially is the people
not.
who are making the statements can
It's
just
just
say,
not.
Patrick told me that he did this on Monday.
It's just not
Patrick's
worth.
not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he
Great,
is
but we're
describing,
asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say,
inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no-
in the
but
inverse.
That's not what in
I'm
dispute.
just asking
What's
questions.
in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as
So it's
evidence
nothing.
that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts,
Mhm.
okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So if,
just
it-
so
there-
we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right, to say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on
Overwhelming
your own
evidence.
Twitter that what you found to be convincing
People are so
was
stupid. This is
something
so
that looked like his
stupid.
car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we get a fact check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question: how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just gonna let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing to
don't-
say.
I'm not
I know
sure-
these are the
I'm
same
not sure
people
in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're
Fuck
dealing with
me.
logic and we're dealing
This
with
is-
making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
300,000
the tweets
conversation.
Of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely.
When
the
does
staircase
this
photos,
become
and it was
good?
when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If
has
you,
it.
if you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see.
Must be getting sleepy.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's
gonna-
cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm
but
just saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Oh my
So
god.
my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing
See what Vladimir
anything
said
that's
in the
compelling
chat.
is an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is.
We're watching BPD. Holy shit, Lucy. Holy fucking shit. I know, right? Yeah, I am.
Convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting is evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair.
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Both of them are dumbasses.
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't
Overwhelming
believe that that's
evidence
Tyler
is when you
Robinson,
find something
then you
convincing.
would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing, but it was close to it.
Yeah, I don't. I think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
gonna
had
see me on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
Hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that
My
that's Tyler
reflexes are not
Robinson,
very good right
not
now.
just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the
Hold
staircase
on,
or
evidences?
texting.
I hate to be nitpicky, but I have to look something up, okay? I hate to be a nitpicker, but... Yes. Yeah, evidence is an uncountable noun in standard English. You cannot use it with numbers or add an S to make it evidences in everyday speech. Do not say an evidence or three evidences. Use some evidence, the evidence, or much evidence. What the fuck? This is what happens when two illiterate people argue. I combined multiple evidences. These are supposed to be native English speakers here that pay $300,000 to make this shit show happen. And they're throwing terms like evidences. I've combined evidences. Fuck me. I gotta listen to this again.
Fact check on, because okay. Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay.
Evidences. Fuck. Oh. Evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on.
Both of these people are illiterate. I swear to God. Evidences.
On, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
How can English speakers struggle with what is countable and what is uncountable?
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, where, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back.
Vladimir says, while illegal migrants are coming in multiple numbers, at least they got the one. That one.
To do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence?" This is what I heard heard, and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that
So
nature. There's a
both
reason
of them
why
are
they
stupid.
swear.
Both of them are saying stupid bullshit. Overwhelming evidence, my ass. God damn.
You in, and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
But even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You
convincing.
can't consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with
No.
wearing Converses on campus?
Overwhelming evidence does not just mean convincing. What the fuck? Overwhelming evidence means that it's basically fact that it happened, not that it's convincing. Okay? Let me see the definition of overwhelming evidence because this is such bullshit that he is trying to pull. What is the definition of overwhelming evidence? Overwhelming evidence is a collection of facts, data, or proof so vast, clear, and convincing that it leaves no room for reasonable doubt or alternative explanations. It makes a specific claim or conclusion appear completely certain to any fair observer. It's not just convincing. Convincing is just one aspect. Okay, overwhelming evidence is not that, oh, I find this explanation convincing. Oh, je l'aperçois. Come on. $300,000 for this. Is this real? Is this reality or is this just fantasy? It is definitely something.
That I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and I find it to be
That's stupid.
completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you
Evidences
said that on
again.
your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive
This
list
is
of all the
triggering
things
me.
that I
that's
find.
not what you said in the
Evidences.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
Evidences trigger me.
characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the
let's
middle of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious
won.
danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried here. My church is here." In Taipei, the church is more than a place of worship. It's a school, a medical clinic, a food distribution center, and a safe gathering place for families. And the church can no longer serve the community.
Very cute.
Health/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
Great.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like, he wanted to get away with it, so he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science.
What?
There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's
Was
true.
it?
But there was tons of competing
What?
science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine.
No, there was not.
Well, no,
and
the
masks and things
science
like
they
this.
kept telling us was
Now, when you're talking
100%,
about
it was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario,
I don't think we're
looking
gonna
at
go for the
preliminary
whole
hearing,
thing
reaction to
today.
it wasn't their
I think
intuition.
we're
But
gonna
like I said, parking
finish
aside,
this
just taking
tomorrow.
substance, parking that aside. Parking
Okay.
aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that, and if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk, and we're gonna watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
you're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I did.
You pre-checked it?
No.
Pre-debate? Yes. Are you disputing?
And you don't remember where it was?
Pull it up.
I can tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents.
You checked
this
it
is where we had to figure
before the debate and you don't even remember where it was. Great,
out
Andrew.
where this story came from because everyone was operating under the
Well
assumption
done.
that Matt Robinson turned him in.
Well done, Andrew.
Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, did you say, involved involved. Just, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that.
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
and
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't
discovery
you
on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying,
Ignore
like I said,
evidence,
if there
follow
was
the
somebody
intuition.
logged
I
into his
know,
phone,
right?
They may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
There is no
let's see if
evidence.
that's correct.
None of them have evidence. They're just chatting. They're just chatting bullshit for 300 to the tune of $300,000. Andrew Wilson paid $300,000 to make this bullshit happen.
What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it,
to bring.
but why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this mother.
Especially when your son is
If I
up
thought
for,
that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether
Through their
you like
teeth?
it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge
Their
issues a
people
gag
are
order
lying
in a case
to their
and your
teeth?
son is up for death,
These people are
and
so
your lawyers could be
fundamentally
advising you
illiterate.
that if you say anything, you could blow the case.
They're lying
you
to
would
their
have a more
teeth.
responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
The illiteracy of the internet
I'm not speaking
influencers.
to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on
"Oh,
the statements of the,
well, it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be a
on your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
No,
no. They're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney,
Would've, should've,
they said that's
could've.
exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general.
Money
Somebody's
down the
running in prison,
toilet,
but
this
whatever.
conversation.
The
Literally.
next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I am.
you're asking.
What I
why
am,
you're saying could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you. Is that you are saying why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of
Just
holes in these
asking
stories
questions.
and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you this is the reason
We're
that
just
they're doing it.
thinking.
I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which
What
convinces
you're,
me.
what? Yeah. Well, but thus far,
And this is
every
just like,
every
that's-
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember
he's,
what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
So it's not
just
overwhelming
what
evidence.
I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so
This
upset
is-
when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wacky.
Yeah, that's what
stuff,
conspiracy
or
is.
it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing.
Yeah, that's what
that
conspiracy
leads
is.
from no
Congratulations,
inferences
Andrew.
whatsoever.
Welcome to
Like, you couldn't even
conspiracy
infer
theory.
it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that,
Yeah, I just paid $300,000 for this waste of time. Goddamn. None of them have nothing. None of them have nothing, and this is a waste of time. 3 hours of waste of time.
what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see
Uh-huh.
and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside.
It's
of a
5:25.
proposition. in
How long
fact.
have I been streaming today? 4 hours. So I'm gonna finish this here. I'm gonna pause this here. 1:21:09. Okay, we're gonna finish this tomorrow. 1:21:09. Perfect. I'm gonna raid you into somebody that will appreciate you far more than me, because you know. Oh, great, Rain, you were here. Nice. Thank you. And I'm gonna rest a bit, and then I'm gonna get to some working. You know what I mean? Because this is all very sexy, but goddamn, I cannot believe that anybody would pay $300,000 to have this conversation. Jesus. Okay. Riverboat Jack. Okay, bye-bye. See you all. It was lovely, but you know.